A very good afternoon to you and a welcome to the Birchill Golf Club in Yongpyong. This is the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open 2026 and we are into the final round. It's par 72 the course, 5.933 miles we're looking at. Well, keep in mind the fact that we've had 2 exciting days of golf. We've got a couple of golfers who really, headed to the top. Ryo Seung-hui was the golfer to watch yesterday. And stealing the thunder a little bit from her and taking the spotlight was Kim Min-sol. So left to be seen today what can happen here. Lovely heart-shaped bunker. I do love that cat box in the shape of a heart. Absolutely beautiful. Always good to see a drone shot of that. My name is Glenn Mascarenas and I'm here to take you through the day's event. Let's very quickly remind you that as Ryo Seung-hui aims for birdie on hole number 4, she's still the leader here with 12 under. Weather conditions are very favorable. Sunny skies, 24 degrees Celsius, 3.7 the wind speeds, which can be a little bit daunting at times. But Ryo Seung-hui, well, will hold on to that lead for the time being. Han Jin-seon onto a third effort for hole number 9. Kim Min-sol looking to finish on par for hole 8. She's currently on 9 under. And she'll keep that score intact for the time being. Well, she was really the golfer to watch, yesterday, and it's left to be seen what she can come up with in today's event. That ball's just going to crawl forward a bit. Here's Choi Rim aiming for birdie on hole number 9. And that's well played. Did I say hole number 9? Well, it was hole number 8, sorry. And she's gone up to a 10 under, so she's in tied second. We're looking at a couple of changes here today. New challengers for Ryo Seung-hui, and it's going to be important to see, well, how things pan out. So just a few notable players or players in focus today. I do love those graphics. Hole 1. And then on hole number 3, of course, that was a bit of fancy play. Lee Si-hee aiming for birdie on hole 3, and that was quite an impressive moment from her, but she just fell short of it by a bit. On hole number 4, Wang Zishuan taking off. Lee Chae-yoon 2 on hole 5. So back to real time here as Ryo Seung-ri gets ready to tee off, and she's at hole 9. Choi Rim will tee off for hole 9. Kim Min-sol will tee off for hole 9. She was going great guns yesterday, had a few ups and downs. So far it's been alright for her. A bit of a whip in that. Han Jin-cheon looking to keep that on par. It's going to be interesting. Well played so far. Park Bo-kyum also on 10 under. Just about missed the destination there. It's been an interesting one here today because a whole lot of golfers are really well coming to the fore. What started off as only Kim Min-sol being the challenger has changed today. And if you look at it, well, the leaderboard will tell us a bit of a different story. And don't forget we've got Yoo Se-yeon too, who's also right up there with that 11 under. Jun Yoo-ri with 10 under, aiming for birdie. So those tied thirds, I would say, are the real threat to Ryo Seung-ri right now. Sung Yoo-jin, Hon Jin-young, Jun Yoo-ri, Bae So-yoon, Lee Ji-hyun and Choi Rim. So Kim Min-sol really falling out of the grid. She's in tied 9th now with that 9 under score. It's going to be interesting to see how she can, well, uplift herself and get back to the form that she was in yesterday. Hon Jin-young too is also on 10 under. Absolutely delightful play. Yongpyong's done well here. Meanwhile, Sung-Hui, she's on 12 under. She'll go with a 9-iron for hole 9. Has not won an event this year, and she definitely would like to get, well, her account opened up in the KLPGA 2026. There's no doubt about it. And just to keep you in the loop, of course, we're using the hill course for the out and the birch course for the in. Park Bo-kyung looking to finish on par. I think that ball's going to be shy of the dark, so she's probably going to land up bogeying it there. And she will drop a point, moves to 9 under. She's had bogeys on the 8th and 10th, but otherwise 3 birdies on the out. Can of course see all the spots where the balls have been hit. Choi rim onto a second stroke for hole 9. Yoo Se-yeon, who's second placed on 11 under, and she's kept that form. She's come in with purpose here today, but she's just hit the rough. I don't think she'll be too concerned about that. McCol, her approach shot for hole 9. Ryo Seung-hui still at the top there. She's had an even scores today. Nothing fancy, but she'll stay with 12 under. Yoo Se-yeon has been a mover. She's with 11 under in second spot. Sung Yoo-jin, Hon Jin-young-tu, Jun Yoo-ri, Bai So-hyun. Well, these are the golfers to watch out for, and I said this earlier. We are looking at that, tied thirds, and they will be really the threat in this event. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere as we continue with our coverage of the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open, being played right here at the Birch Hill Country Club. My name is Glenn Mascarenas, and I'm going to be with you right till the end of the day. It's heating up to be a big contest here. So Ryo Seung-hui really, trying to keep herself well steady here, aiming for birdie on hole number 9. Well, she's done everything that's been right so far today. And that ball just a little stubborn, I would say. It's going to need a bit of persuasion from Seung-hui. And she does manage to knock it in. She'll keep that on par score for the time being. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-yoon aiming for eagle on hole 10. That'll be a big moment for her. That's just turned away. I think a tad bit, I'm not going to say impulsive, but a tad bit fast on the movement. Choi Rim aiming for birdie on hole 9. Very doable. And yes, she's moved up to a tied second now. Consecutive birdies on the 8th and 9th, 34 on the out. Well, elsewhere on the course, Lee Ji-yoon also aiming for birdie on hole 10. A gentle putt will do, and she moves into tied second as well. So that's 3 birdies in there, 1 on the in. And that's exactly what I was saying. It is those tied thirds that will prove to be a bit of an issue for Ryo Seung-hui. Here's Kim Min-sol aiming for birdie on hole 9. And that's just slipped out. Well, things not really going her way today. Kim Min-sol will keep it on par for now. Yoo So-yeon needs to get in out of the bottom of the hill, and she's played that pretty high. Well, she's got herself onto the green, I think, and she's got reason to be happy. There's Han Jin-young aiming for birdie on hole number 12. Chance to move up to a tied second. She'll have to wait for that opportunity. Meanwhile, teeing off here for hole number 10. That's Choi Rim. It's a par 5 for the asking. Yongpyong aiming for birdie now. So well, I think what's going to happen right now is that a few of our golfers are struggling a tad bit with their movement. McCol teeing off for hole number 10. Hasn't been the best effort for her. Meanwhile, here's Rosenwee. She's going to tee off for hole 10. And that's well played. Go straight onto the green. And just a view of what's happening on the outside. Got a bit of an exodus happening there today. Here's Junyu Ri. She tees off for hole 12. She's gone in with an 8 iron.
Nice.
Yongpyong. 161 meters to cover on the approach for her. Rosenwee is still at the top of the heap there, but now she's got 3 challengers close behind. Lee Ji-yoon, Choi Rim and Soo Yeon are with 11 under and tied second and moving up. Sung Yoo-jin, Junyu Ri and Bai So-yoon of course right behind there in that tied 10th. And then you've got the tied 8th that also has Han Jin-seon and Kim Min-sol. Han Jin-seon did figure last year among the winners. I think it's going to be a fairly interesting battle to see how this all pans out here. to Yosion. She's got a good chance here for an eagle, and she's currently on hole number 10. It's going to be an interesting finish here. Oh, what a narrow miss. What an absolutely narrow miss there. So Yosion with a birdie on hole 10, and she's currently the joint leader with 12 under. She's done very well here today, and there we have those that pink sandbox looks straight out of a Barbie film. Well, I've really been very intrigued by that, almost like the pink sands of time. While here's Rosungui. She's going in for second stroke on hole 10. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-yoon.
그러니까 이거 옮겼어요.
Choi rim. It's going to be a second effort. She's just flown well the green a tad bit. Kim and Sol meanwhile, it's the second shot for hole 10. She's had a few worries here today. Kim and Sol hasn't been at her finest best. But she's managed to still stay at that 9 under, which is a good thing for her. Meanwhile, Sung Yoo Jin on to a second effort for hole 13. There's Lee Ji-yoon. That's another very, very narrow miss for Lee Ji-yoon. A golfer to watch in action. Right now tied at the top spot, Yoo So-yeon. She's had 3 birdies in there today, and she could very well be challenging Rosungui for that top spot. Well, flew under the radar for the past couple of days. To be fair to her, well, it was actually us who weren't monitoring her or covering her. Rosungui, her approach shot for hole 10, and she's got to get those birdies coming in, because if she remains, well, kind of stagnant at 12 under, it could be a bit of a worry going ahead. But so far she'll be happy with what she's done. tap in there that'll sort it out for Junyu Ri. Meanwhile, Kim and Sol. And that's well played. Choi Rim. Well, that's beautifully played. And we talk about, well, actually moving up the order. And we've got a few golfers now who are pretty much doing that in today's event. I said it was proving to be a really tight contest, and it's certainly, well, heating up here. Yu Si-yeon will go next. It's a second effort on hole number 11. Well played by her. Right here at the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open, I have to say that most well, golfers have been able to get their, well, shots right. Ryo Seung-hui aiming for birdie on hole 10. It's been a long time coming. I think she'll just have to wait her turn. Definitely got to be something in here. That's very well played. So Choi Rim is now the joint leader, 3 consecutive birdies, a hat-trick of birdies there. She's opened up the in with a birdie as well. Picture of concentration here, Kim Min Sol. She attempts to make the difference. It's absolutely well played by her. Yu Seon, she's got to maintain herself, she's got to keep that on par. Needs to get off the slope at this point of time. Meanwhile, Junyu Ri onto a second effort for hole 13, 99 meters to cover. Yu Seon. She'll have to maintain herself if she wants to and maintain her consistency. She can't afford to have a blemish there. Choi Rim will tee off now for hole number 11. She's been in very good form as well. Kim Min Sol teeing off for hole 11. Remember, she got up to a 10 under. It's gradual progress, but I think progress is always a good thing in any form. I think she'll be excited to get back, well, into the thick of things as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Ryo Seung-hui goes next. She tees off for hole number 11. I think the fact that she's going to see her, well, current position just in a bit of threat, she will have to move as best as she can to avoid that happening. Lee Ji-yoon onto a second stroke for hole 12. Oh, what a narrow miss. That would have been such a perfectly crafted, well, shot. Yongpyong will go next. Very well played by her. Yongpyong looking to finish on par for hole 12. And I think she'll be happy with that performance as long as she keeps it, well, fairly straight.
많이 봤다. 아, 저 그래가지고는
Opportunity in disguise here.
오른쪽으로 가니까. 아, 저 많이 봤어. 힘내자.
She's got a smile on her face just to have finished off, well, her task more than anything else. Jason Reed to go next. Definitely has the work cut out for her, there's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Choi Rim. It's going to be a second effort. McCol, his second effort for hole 11. That exodus will continue. Do remember, family, well, friends, fans, everyone's turned up here today. And I think it's going to be fairly interesting to see how this, pans out. Yuseon, did manage to keep an on par, for a while, but she lost ground in the previous hole as she bogeyed it. Now here she is teeing off for hole 12. So Choi Rim and Ryo Seung-wi now tied at the top with 12 under after Yoo Se-yeon 2 just fell into tied third with Jun Yoo Ri. And then you've got Sung Yoo Jin, Han Jin Young 2 was still around lurking there with those 10 unders. Han Jin Seon and Bai So Yoon stay in tied 9th with 9 under. Kim In Sol, of course, has moved one up, so that served well for her for the time being. And I do believe that this is a very, very important time as far as some of our golfers are concerned, because this is the part where you start really separating the front runners from, the main stars. And this is where you start seeing, that slight separation happen. So still a very pleasant day here, and we're very happy about that. We aren't going to be saying anything that could change the situation. 25 degrees Celsius, wind speeds have dropped to about 1.5 from 3.2. Still very sunny skies, and I think, I'm actually, a bit surprised that we haven't seen, any sunny shades up as yet, or sunglasses. There's some grease still added. Meanwhile, Yongpyong gets it past the tin cup here. Choi rim onto a third stroke. Meanwhile, Junior Ree gets ready to take on her challenger. She's on to a second stroke here. Well, one of the things to keep in mind here is right here at hole 11. As we can see, Kim and Sol aiming for a birdie. It's got a tranquil lake around it. 2 fir trees guarding it. Beautiful scenery of the Suhao Valley on hole number 11. Also the majestic Yongpyong Country Club across the Songcheon River. This is the signature hole of Birch Hill. Evokes the image of a painting. In tied 5th here with 10 under. That's where she is. Kim and Sol. Wilson Reed just narrowly missing out on the chance for a birdie. Well, all said and done, she was a golfer to watch in action here today. Yongpyong needs to finish this on par. She needs to stay grounded here. And I think that's going to be a bogey for her. That'll drag it down to a 10 under. So consecutive bogeys have pushed her into tied 4th in the rankings with a 10 under score. Chiyun aiming for birdie on hole 13.
스톱. 몰라. 스톱.
Oh, that was really close, wasn't it? Just needed a little bit more legs on that. Choi Rim currently on 12 under, and I think she'll be happy as long as she doesn't drop any points. Junuri aiming for birdie on hole 14. She'll have to go with an even score here. Sung Yoo Jin, second stroke on hole 15. Meanwhile, yes, Choi Rim.
나이샷. 바로 플레이하겠습니다. 몸좀 펼칠 것 같아. 오케이. 8시 보고. 8시.
Kim and Sol teeing off for hole 12. Kim and Sol's got to hold on. Well, one of the things is just being able to try and navigate through what your situation is. And I think Kim and Sol's just had a few worries in today's event. Ryosung-gui, she's dropped to 11 under on hole 12, and her position here in jeopardy. I said this was going to be a really tight contest, and well, that's what's happening. Yoon, she's dropped to 10 under as well. And I think she'll be concerned about that. Very well played. Very, very well played here. So no worries at all. So Choi Rim now is the current leader with 12 under there, 3 birdies that she's got in the bag. Jun Yuri and Ro Seung Hui tied second with 11 under. Sung Yoo Jin, Lee Ji-yoon, Yu Seon and Kim Min Sol and tied fourth with 10 under. And I'm going to say this right there, the top 7, this is the contest that we're looking at. So don't go anywhere as we continue with the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open being played right here at the Birch Hill Country Club. Just narrowly missing out on the leadership here. Choi Rim, she's a joint leader, but she could have been solo leader. Narrow miss there on the birdie. She'll have to keep a non-par finish. Second stroke for Lee Ji-yoon. Choi Rim looking to finish what she started. She can keep that 12 under intact. Oh, that's got to be really dismal. That slipped out at the wrong time from a very close distance, so she's going to drop points here to 11 under. She's in tied second now, first bogey of the day. Meanwhile, Sung Yoo Jin into hole number 15.
나이스!
Kim Min-sol gets ready. Aims for birdie on hole 12. She can move up to a tied second. And that's well played. 11 under and tied second here for Kim Min-sol. Kim Min-sol winning the right to tee off here for hole number 13, and that's going to be interesting. Well played by her. Kyo Sung-hui will go next as she tees off for hole number 13. That's well played by her. Choi Rim, she's also been one of the golfers to watch in this event today. She's currently at 11 under. Strong bit of a whip in there. And I do think she'll be very keen on seeing how this well pans out. Well, look at that foliage. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? The amount of trees, it just looks like bushes from a giant kingdom with little people walking there in the distance. Absolutely love it when our cameraman pull out these shots. And these drone shots are really fantastic.
거기에 우리가 135도 프라타임 좋잖아. 거기에 진짜
You see on aiming for birdie on hole 13. She was the main challenger to Ro Seung-hui, but both of them have actually swapped positions, well, on the leaderboard for the time being. Lee Ji-yoon aiming for birdie on hole 14. It was a very, very interesting well start to the day when, well, things were a lot easier. Hole 14 now, you can feel the scent of the pine, rustling birch leaves when you're right here on the green. And putting here can be a little bit tricky because well, you do have to aim to the right of the pin. You have to be very cautious with your putt. Absolutely beautiful wide angle shot there from that drone. And earlier, well, we just saw the front view of the foliage, and that wide angle gave us it's really, really thick, the amount of greenery around here. And this is why the air at you know, this Yongpyong, well, country club is so very pure and clean. It's just amazing if you get a chance to, you know, come down here, well, breathe in the air, take a few deep breaths, and it really does help in a big way. Definitely a good opportunity here for Kim Min-sol to get back to that 12 under. She's only on the 13th hole. Her approach shot will determine a lot. This is, of course, hole 13, 101 meters to cover for her currently. It's the longest par 4 hole. They handicapped one hole where distance creates a bit of pressure for both the tee shot and the second shot, and this is so important. And that's what I meant. And I think Kim Min-sol will navigating through that, but this is exactly what I meant. The second shot is just very, very, well, tricky. You've got to choose your club well. Pay attention to the bunker hidden next to the green. You can see two of them in front as well. Meanwhile, right there in the cat box, it's Ro Seung-hui. It's going to be her second effort for hole 13. She needs to get out of this well, challenge. Nicely played by her. Well, I think while our golfers come to terms with the current situation is Yongpyong teeing off for hole 14. Remember, well, this is a typical dogleg downhill hole guarded by beautiful birch trees. You've got to aim for the right side of the fairway to avoid the bunker at the landing spot. I think that's what she's done. The approach shot, of course, requires a shorter, more precise stroke, so she'll have to be very careful. 214 meters the carrier for her. There's also a deep bunker to the left of the green and the OB area behind it, so hole 14 can be a bit of a daunting one. Ryo Seung-wei is back up on top. It's been a roller coaster ride for her with 12 under. Jun Yu-ri, Kim Min-sol and Choi Rim are in tied a second, while Sung Yoo-jin, Lee Ji-yoon 3 and Yoo Se-yeon 2 with 10 under are in tied 5th. Kim Min-sol, of course, has been going through the motions. It's going to be interesting to see how she performs here today. But Jaravi Boonchant has remained stagnant at 7 under. She finished at 8 under yesterday. Has got a 1 over point today, so she's dropped to 7 under. Interesting turn of events here on day 3, and the contest is still very, very wide open. So Roh Seung-hui, of course, dropping a point there to land at 11 under. And it's going to be interesting to see now because, well, as I said, this contest today is so wide open. And it's really anyone's, event to win. So Yeo Seon aiming for birdie on hole number 14. Oh, that's very well played by her. Which means she's back in the running with the co-leader there with Roh Seung-hui on 11 under. This can go anywhere really. Meanwhile, Kim Min-sol gets ready to take her shot. Oh, that's a good bit of a whip in there. Really put a body behind that. 236 meters the carry, 16 meters is the curve. Choi rim. $207 meters to carry, 8 meters to curve. She too led the way for just a little bit. Taking a bit of a breather there while Roh Seung-hui, the joint leader, along with So Yoon. And she's going to tee off here for hole number 14. Remember what we said. Hole number 14, of course, is a typical dogleg downhill hole, guarded by beautiful birch trees. 196 meters the carry for her. Interestingly, of course, this is the birch course. That's why you have the birch trees there. No brainer. Lee Ji-yoon, third stroke on hole 15. Junwoo Ri, third stroke for hole 16. Well, that's decently played by her.
실례하겠습니다. 실례하겠습니다. 멈춰주세요.
And we will definitely requiring that space. Just asking, well, for that. And I think the golfers do need that. No distraction at that point of time. She's got to play it. Now remember, there's a bit of pressure on her for herself, because the last 2 days were pretty easy. Yesterday, she really rose to the top. Now, she's going to have to play it very, very seriously. She does know she's got a chance at winning her first event this year, because she hasn't won anything as yet in 2026. Here's Yongpyong on to her second stroke. That approach matters. She's got a very steady follow through here on this one. Took her time to plan well her swing. At a bit of a distance from the flagstick, but I don't think it should worry her too much.
위에 사는 사람이 여기서 우리는 있는데 이렇게 앞으로 여기가 이렇게 뒤에 있습니다. 위에 사는 거. 위는 안 돼.
Choi Rim, she's got to plan her movement as well.
까지만 생각하면 앞성은 아니야. 뒷성 아니야.
It's going to be the second effort for Choi Rim on hole 14. And that's well played by her. Very well played. Choi Rim also needs to make it. Well, in terms of what she's been doing here today, Kim Min-sol, she's been very focused too. Interesting to watch her. It's going to be a approach shot for hole number 14. Let's get that up in the air. So just going to run you through our leaderboard. There have been so many changes, so many well swaps at the top of the leaderboard. But right now, it's Jun Uri, Yoo Seon, Kim Min-sol, Choi Rim, and Ro Seung-hui right there at the top. So we've got a quintet from one person. 11 under is the score to beat. So I'd hate to see this go down to be a really tight playoff. Let's get a view of what happened last year at the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open. And that's going to tell us a little bit. So Ko Ji-yu won it with a 23 under score. It was an outright win. Finishing second, a runner-up with 21 under was Yoo Hyun-jo. And then there was a tie with 18 under in third position for Han Jin-seon and Lim Hee-jong. That's not going to be the result today. We're hoping for an outright win, but you never know. With now 5 golfers in there at the top, this is proving to be probably one of the toughest contests in the year. Ryo Seung-hui, the joint leader, aiming for birdie on hole number 14. She'll have to play it safe, no doubt about it. Decently put forward by her. Junyu Ri looking to finish on par on hole number 16. Meanwhile, here's Kim Min-sol aiming for birdie on hole number 14. She's one of the 5 leaders there too. That's beautifully played. So an outright lead here for Kim Min-sol. She's back at the top with 12 under. Consecutive bogeys on hole number 5 and 6, and since then she's had 3 birdies. Very, very well played. Junyu Ri looking to bogey the 16th, and she's going to drop down to a 10 under in tied 5th. 2 more holes to play for. Meanwhile, Yuseon is in 2nd position with 11 under. Her approach shot on hole 15 will matter. Looking there for a birdie, Choi Rim. Oh, what a narrow miss for her. What a very narrow miss for her. Over to Junyu Ri as she tees off for hole number 17. And we're pretty much getting to that part of the contest where we know pretty much nothing. Because with, you know, 1 golfer now right there at the top, 4 golfers chasing her, and Ryo Seung-hui looking to finish on par for hole 14, and that's going to be a bit dismal for her. And this is what has happened to all our golfers today. Unlike last year where 23 under was the winning score. Well, the golfers today had birdies right through. Now she's had 3, well, bogeys in the out, including consecutive ones here. So a few challenges arising for Ryo Seung-hui. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-yoon taking her best shot. Kim Min-sol, it's been exciting to watch her, and also, I did say this yesterday, I think Kim Min-sol just turned 20 well in June. She's already had a couple of wins in there, 2 wins this year as well. She's really is the golfer to watch currently. And I'd say for her age, she has a very, very seasoned, well, golf mind. So, and that makes her one of the big golfers to deal with. So, she won her first KGA national title, the 2026 Mercedes-Benz 40th Korea Women's Open. She also won the IM Financial Open in April. Kim Min-sol teeing off for hole number 15, currently the leader, 373 meters to cover. Her powerful driving on par 5s is what really counts. June 16th is when she turned 20. And what do you say to that? And she's such a seasoned golfer. Just absolutely amazing to watch her in this year. And I think there's a lot more to come from her. Could be her year, can't say. Choi Rim will tee off for hole number 15. She's currently 11 under. Choi Rim very eager on making the difference here. It's all about being able to make that cut. Yosun Gui will go next. And on hole number 14 earlier, we saw Kim Seromi will create a bit of magic. It was absolutely fantastic from her. Hole number 15, we saw Yun Sua aim for birdie, and she missed out as well, but it was quite an effort from her. Young Hyo Jin on hole 18 needed to get out of that slope right from the bottom. It was her approach shot. Did manage to get out, but onto the rough. Park EG next aimed for a birdie. It was well done by her to knock that in. So those were well, really in focus players earlier. Yeon will be happy to keep that on par. She holds on to that 11 under with a few holes to play for. It's now, well, who can keep it steady, who can pull in the birdies and avoid those bogeys. And I think it's all going to boil down to that. Well played so far. Seung-hui with her approach shot for hole 15. Remember, she dropped to 10 under after she bogeyed the previous shot. Well, that carried for just a little bit, but it's going to go beyond what she was expecting.
안전하게 가기보다 너무 붙이구나. 140캐리.
Meanwhile, Choi Rim.
아 있어 이쪽에 확실히 있어. 아.
It's up in the air from her. So we'll go next. McCol. She's going to try and hold on to that 12 under, and I think that that's what really matters. She's played a very, very good game. Her temperament has been fantastic today. 108 meters to cover. Remember, hole number 15, of course. It's one of those holes where you have that panoramic view of 7 magnificent mountain peaks, including Mount Balwang. Typical dogleg hole. You need sufficient driving distance. Kim Min-sol exploiting that. Landing slightly to the right of the fairway is the advantages for that approach shot which she's done. Steeply sloped 2-tiered green. Careful club selection is required. Meanwhile, teeing off here for hole 16, it's Yo So-yeon. This one is a par 4 for the asking. It's a lucky triple par 4 hole. 3 pine trees and a birch away to the second shot landing area. And that's exactly where we are currently. The right dogleg hole, a long tee shot is needed to land to the left of the fairway. She's done that, but a bit on the rough. Yo So-yeon. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-yoon looking to finish on par on hole number 16. And that's going to be a bogey for her. She wasn't expecting that. It's just a tad bit unfortunate, but I think she'll be okay with it for the time being. So all said and done, Kim Min-sol, the leader now with 12 under. She's had 2 birdies in there. Yo So-yeon and Choi remain tied second with 11 under, while Ryo Seung-hui has dropped to tied fourth with Sung Yoo-jin and Jun Yoo-ri in 10 under. Lee Ji-yoon and Han Jin-seon are in tied 7th. So very, very interesting turn of events here at the Birch Hill Country Club. And I do think it's going to be even more exciting as we get through well the day's play.
좋다. 옆에 어려워요. 좋아, 좋아, 좋아. 아, 나이스. 왼쪽이다, 왼쪽이다.
McCol will just like to clean that up.
나이스 파.
That's what she's done. Well, you may miss out on the birdies, but if you can keep yourself well steady and, you know, avoid the bogeys here at this point, and that's, I think, what's really important. Yongpyong, who was really up there, has dropped to 8 under, but she'll look to finish with the birdie on hole 18, and that should work well for her. Well, just for your morale more than anything else. Meanwhile, here's Yongpyong, second stroke for hole 16. 129 meters to the hole. I think she's flown the green just a bit too much. Yongpyong looking to finish with a birdie here on hole 15 to get herself back up to that 11 under. Just about missing those birdies a little bit from time to time. I think that's been a bit of a worry for Yongpyong. Right now, Sung Yoo-jin aiming for birdie on hole 18. And that's going to go just past the hole. Meanwhile, yes, Choi Rim looking to finish on par. Nicely played.
Nice ball.
Seokyu Rim finishes with 7 under, 35 on the out, 36 on the in. She was one of the front runners. She's actually missed out, well, on the opportunity to have claimed this. Could have been her third win this year. Yongpyong needs to finish on par on hole 15, and she'll maintain that 10 under for the time being.
노승이 화이팅!
파이팅!
Yongpyong aiming for birdie on hole 16. That's a bit of a distance for her. As long as she can avoid the bogey here, she'll still be in the running for a win or for a top finish. And that's well played by her. Very well done. And Jin Young goes next. That'll be a 3.5 finish for her. .72 in the final round. 7 under the final score. Sung Yoo-jin looking to finish hole 18 on par. She's on 10 under.
나이스!
나이스!
And that's pretty much what she's done. So 34 on the out, 35 on the in, 10 under, had 2 bogeys there on the out, which really did mar her performance a little bit. So most of the golfers who were actually chasing that top spot right behind Ryo Seung-hui earlier in the day have now finished off their events. But the golfer to watch currently, Kim Min-sol. And she's gunning for a 3rd win this year. Absolutely fantastic movement from her. Kim Min-sol won her first event last year when she was just 18. Oh, sorry, she was 19. She won the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Open on the 24th of August. Then she backed that up with 4th October when she won the Dongbu Construction Korea Championship, making it a 2nd LPGA win. Then she moved on this year to win the IM Financial Group Open on the 12th of April, her 3rd KLPGA win, before winning the 14th June Mercedes-Benz 40th Korea Women's Open Golf Championship, her first national world title. So 4 wins in the bag, 2 this year, and she's gunning for a 3rd, which would also be her 5th career win in the KLPGA. Ryo Seung-hui teeing off now. .3 meters the carry, 3 meters the curve for Ryo Seung-hui. Choi Rim will tee off next. .202 meters is what she's traveled, 8 meters the curve. Lee Ji-yoon aiming for birdie here. Oh, what a narrow miss for Lee Ji-yoon. Would have expected to have finished just a little bit better. Junyu Ri. Her approach shot for hole 18. That's a bit of a slog from her, but surprisingly, that's remained put. Very nicely done by Junyu Ri. Absolutely wonderful effort from her. Well, if a ball stays put, doesn't move too much. Remember, wind speeds, I think, would have dropped down just a little bit. Just looking at the weather conditions, it started off really nice and sunny. And it was, well, to be fair, about 3.2 the wind speeds, but that's dropped down to 2.4. 24 degrees Celsius, the temperature, sunny skies. It's been a very pleasant day for all of us here at the Birch Hill Country Club. And that contest has just been, there have been so many ups and downs and so many, well, players swapping positions at the top of the leaderboard. Currently, Kim Min-sol is still stuck there. Remember, she's through hole 16. Ryo Seung-hui, who was looking to be very promising, is in tied 3rd, and she's currently, well, through hole 16 as well. So very interesting turn of events, and I do believe we'd like to see what happens as she gets into her approach shot for hole 16. Remember, the green is a long form front to back. Club selection is important, and pin location is crucial, and that's what I mean by that. It can be really, really daunting. So she's escaped the sand bunker, but she sits outside the beach on the rough in between the border of the green and the border of the beach. Stuck between two worlds? Well, that's what you probably want to call it. Sounds a bit like science fiction. Choi Rim, not in the woods, but definitely need the shade of the old oak tree. Oh, sorry, I said oak, it's the old birch tree. birch wood and birch trees, well, actually used in a lot of men's grooming products as a fragrance. And it really has a very unique kind of a fragrance. It's more fresh than cedar, which cedar can be more, well, resinous in a way. But birch tends to be a lot fresher. And given the foliage is so thick at the Yongpyong Resort, that's a Birch Hill Country Club, the air is so fantastically pure, but it's got this herbaceous kind of a, fragrance that wafts through the air every now and then, and it's quite invigorating, very relaxing as well. So, even if you didn't play a round of golf, but like the fans just walked around here during this event, it really is invigorating. Choi rim. And I think a bit of airmail on that one. Well, she stayed on the carpet, but unfortunately, it's at quite a distance, and it's going to be a challenge, well, to hit the tin cup from that area. So Choi rim also going through the motions here today. McCol, it's going to be her second effort on hole 16. Very nicely done there. Very nicely done. Yuseon 2 will tee off. She's currently on 11 under, and that's for hole number 17. Sol still there at the top of the heap with that, 12 under. Yuseon in second position with 11 under. Yuseon through hole 16. Kim and Sol through hole 15. Sung Yu Jin, Jun Yu Ri, Choi Yu Rim, Ryo Seung-wi, of course, all follow suit. So it's now brewing to be a battle between those top two. But keep in mind the fact that Kim and Sol has an advantage of one hole over Yuseon. So don't go anywhere as we continue with our coverage of the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open 2026. We are coming at you live from the Birch Hill Country Club. This, of course, is an event that has taken us all by surprise with the, front runners and the chasers for the championship being many. Don't go anywhere.
좀만 더, 좀만 더. 좋아. 좋아!
Januri aiming for birdie here. She's had a few troubling moments. Finishing with an on par is not a really, well, it wasn't really part of the plan, but I think she'd like to get ahead with that. And she finishes with 10 under, 69, 68, 69. I think it's been a very, very good, consistent performance from her, but she was right out there, you know, as one of the front runners. Ryo Seung-wi aiming for birdie on hole 16. It's got a bit of a dribble in there, and that's going to miss its mark. Meanwhile, Choi Rim will aim for birdie on hole number 16. She's currently on a 10 under. Choi Rim still very much in there. Can't finish it with a on par, and she knows that. Meanwhile, Yoseon will go next. Kim Sol finishes that on par, but she'll keep it safe. Choi Rim will have to finish hole 16 on par, there's no doubt about it. Still got 2 more holes to play for. Ryo Seung-wi also looking to finish on par for hole 16, and that's exactly what she does. Meanwhile, looking at Well, what her performance has been here today, it's been quite interesting. Yongpyong. And that's going to be a last challenge of the day. She's on 11 under. She finishes with the 12 under here. She could very well put herself in good stead for the championship or even a runner-up finish.
플레이하겠습니다.
Kim Min-sol, remember she's got a slight advantage over Yongpyong for the fact that she's on to hole number 17. It's a par 3 for the asking. She's currently the leader here. Keep in mind the fact that one of the key things here on hole 17, it's the longest par 3 hole, towering red points steeped in from looks like a magnificent fortress, and the 4 distances in front of the green create an optical illusion. Oh, it's a large green and she's got herself onto it. Oh, that is an absolutely stunning bit of play from Kim Min-sol. That is fantastic placement, and if she can keep her head above her shoulders, oh, this is such a fantastic, well, tee-off from Kim Min-sol. And she's really driving this contest. I said this earlier, she's a very, very intelligent golfing mind. And we are looking at not shades, but glimpses of her talent here today. Ryo Seung-hui will tee off for hole 17. And she was, of course, if you remember, one of the front runners. Well, she's just fallen back a little bit. But it will be interesting to see how, she can perform. You've got to aim for the center of the green rather than, try and be too ambitious. And I think if you're too ambitious, you tend to get yourself at a distance. And that placement from Kim Min-sol, oh, that's just stunning. And if she can keep it together, wow, I'm going to say this is turning out to be a big event for her and could very well be. I said this could be her year. She's, she's always been in the spotlight, but she's also one of the golfers who, because she's so young and, unlike some who have been, like Yoon Ina now, of course, who plays in the LPGA, very popular for also their fashion sense and so many other things. Dong Yoon, then you got Park Hyun Kyung, and then of course you've got very sincere golfers like Lee Ga-yong, and Kim Min-sol falls in between that. She's young, never really too concerned about her fashion sense. She's always very, very somber with her attire, but very sincere performances, and just like every other golfer on the course today, she enjoys the sport, really passionate about it. But she's developed and grown a lot since 2024, and it's been a huge rise for her. Meanwhile, Choi Rim will tee off for hole 17.
여러분들은 잠시 대기하셨다가 선수 이동 후에 이동하시겠습니다.
That's very, very well played.
앞에 도로로 이동하시겠습니다.
Absolutely fantastic putt from Choi Rim, and she's excited about that. Puts her in good stead as well. And as our golfers make their way through, you've got that whole exodus you can see down there on the right of the screen. Absolutely wonderful to watch that happening, and it always happens. And if it's sunny skies and a clear day, you're always going to see, more of a crowd. Lee Ji-yoon. So Lee Ji-yoon will bogey that. Yoo Se-yeon, her second effort for hole 18. Currently on 11 under, the longest par 5 hole. We've got exotic views of the clubhouse against the backdrop of the evening sunset. We haven't got to that as yet. Did see that in the last 2 days. 3 perfect shots can get you a terrific result. The bunkers protecting the green pose a great danger. And Lee Ga-young, who we missed right through, would like to have finished with a positive end, but she will bogey the 18th as she finishes with 5 under, 67 and 69 in round 1 and 2. A final round with 75, not the best, so it's been a bit of a downward slide for her. Club selection on hole 18 is such a big element for the win. I mean, if you want to get an underscore. Meanwhile, yes, Roh Seung-hui. And she's going to aim for birdie. Choi Rim gauging the situation. We need to try and figure this out well. And that's the finish. Choi Rim gets a birdie on hole 17. She's moved up to 11 under. And she's a happy camper. Very well played. Took her time to figure that out. Kim Min-sol aiming for birdie on hole 17. And Kim Min-sol now moves up to 13 under. One more hole to play for clearly the leader at the top, and she knows it. She's done everything that's right. She's kept it very, very controlled. Meanwhile, Ryo Seung-hui has also got an opportunity to finish here. Unfortunately, had put the ball at a bit of a distance from the flagstick. She'll have to look at an on-par finish. But what an event this is turning out to be. Kim Min-sol now, head and shoulders above the rest. And Ryo Seung-hui will finish well pretty much with an on-par score there. Meanwhile, here's a golfer who is still very much in the running. Approach shot on hole 18. Yoo So-yeon, she's currently on 11 under. Kim Min-sol getting ready to tee off for her last, hole of the event, of the day. It's going to be an interesting one for her here. That's very well played. Choi Rim will go next to tee off for hole 18. Well played by her as she pushes that. Well, on the fairways, would have liked to have hit the green, there's no doubt about it. Remember what I said, this is a pretty long, par 5 hole. Wilson Wheaties up next. So on hole 18, and that was such a fantastic finish. It was an eagle that we saw from Choi Rim. By So-yoon aiming for birdie on hole 18. Nicely played by Bai Soo Yoon, but she finishes with 74 and a 7 under. I think the intention would have been just to have finished off a little better than that. Yoo Se-yoon, if she finishes with the birdie, she puts herself into a very good position for a runner-up finish. Of course, let's not forget we still have to see what Kim Min-sol comes up with on hole 18. That's going to be a narrow miss for her. She'll have to finish it with an on par. I just saw the smiley side of the ball, the emoji, and there it is. Yoo Se-yoon finishes with 66, 69 and 70 consecutively, tied second with 11 under. But I think she should be happy with herself. She's played very, very well. You know, and here we go with the exodus once again. Family, friends, fans, and of course officials as well. I always forget to mention them. You know, I love these shots. It always looks like Legoland with little Lego figures walking around. And Choi Rim, remember she had an eagle. I think that was yesterday. It's a really joyous moment for her. Going to be a second stroke. A good bit of a swing in that. Up next, it's going to be Kim Min-sol. Currently the leader. She'll have to make sure that she keeps everything together for this hole. She has to avoid any mistakes of any sort. Got herself a good bit of distance on the fairway. She's kept away from the traps and from the challenges. And I do believe that that's so very important at this point of time. Very good demeanor from Kim Min-sol. And I just said this earlier. It's such an amazing thought when you think about it. She just turned 20 on June 16th. And by that time, she already had, well, you know, 4 wins in the bag. Let me just clarify that for you, because... Oh, 3 wins in the bag. 4 wins in the bag, yeah, that's right, because the Mercedes-Benz Open that she won was on the 14th of June. And she's just after turning 20. She's looking at a 5th championship win in the KLPGA and a 3rd in the 2026 tour. It's a good crowd advancing towards the clubhouse, and this is going to be the last bit of action today.
너무 못했어. 전반에 해파하다가 후반 들어 김민솔이는 전반에 보내줬다. 후반에
벨리는 벨로.
그래? 이게 골프는 새 나가야 한다고.
장갑 벗을 때까지. 장갑을 벗을 때까지. 그래.
아유, 갈 일이 심하네, 그래.
중간중간 많이 먹었지.
좀 늦게 가야 될 것 같아.
그러든지 아니면
오늘 저녁 먹고 슬슬
힘드시겠어요?
시험은 운동을 많이 하니까.
그래서
아침마다 나는 숙소에 학교 체육관이 있어요. 6시 들어가면 7시 반, 1시간 반 운동하고
거의 못했어. 여기까지.
Kim and Sol. And she's on to so this approach shot will matter for her. It's going to be very important. So that's well played. We've got the Lotte Open coming up after this on the 5th of July, followed by the High One Resort Ladies Open that happens on the 12th of July. And then there's going to be 5 events in August. So July is going to be a bit of a, easy time. And then 4 more in September, 4 more in October, and we end with 2 in November. So still a lot of golf left in the year, but as of now, Choi Rim. It's going to be a third effort, which means her approach shot for hole 18. She also has been a fantastic golfer to watch in action today. She's played that pretty well.
오늘 그림이 딱딱해.
전반적으로 여기를 위주하고 싶어.
Yosungui. She's on to approach as well. It's been quite a good run from her, but she could have actually won it. She led through, finished Queen B yesterday at the top of the leaderboard.
얘가 내리막이라.
네, 이제 마지막 조 선수들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 마지막까지 멋진 승부를 위해 응원의 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 현재 상금 순위 1위, 신인왕 포인트 1위를 기록하고 있는 통산 4승의 김민솔 프로입니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Kim and Sol.
다음으로 올 시즌 두산 매치 플레이에서 5위를 기록한 최예린 프로입니다. 환영의 박수 보내주시죠. 그리고 KLPGA 투어 통산 3승의 노승희 프로입니다. 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다.
And just looking at, Kim and Sol's performance, well, Yoo Hyun Jo was touted to be the new star, just 2 years back. And, she did win, an event last year in her sophomore year. She won one in year before last as well. And she was certainly looking like she could have been, the new hope of golf in a way. But things do change, and, you often see different golfers come up with their own. So Yoo Hyun Jo won the KB Financial Star Championship in 2024 and then in 2025. This year, of course, she could be there back again. But having said that, Kim and Sol won 2 events last year. And I keep on saying her age only because it's very impressive. And I'm so, thrilled to just know that on the 24th of August, she won her first event, the BC Card Hankyung Ladies Cup in 2025. And her second event came at the Dongbu Construction Korea Championship on the 4th of October. So 2 KLPGA wins in 2025. This year, early in the year, of course, on the 12th of April, she won the IM Financial Group Open. She was still just 19. And then she went on to win the Mercedes-Benz Korea Women's Open Golf Championship again at the age of 19. That was a 1.5 billion Korean won event. Now, fast forward by 2 weeks and in a fortnight, she's looking at another win right here at the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open. And with 3 wins this year, she could be the golfer to watch. We are looking at the rise of a new star, but to me, for everything concerned in this event, she played like a hardy, tough and seasoned golfer. Looking for a birdie, a Rosung Wei, and that'll be a good way for her to end this event after having, well, dropped out of contention for that winning spot. Bit of a distance for her, 7.3 meters. There's a slight bit of a downward slope. Very narrowly missing her mark, so she'll have to look at, well, an on-par finish. And it's been such an interesting year, 2026. We had Jaravi Boonchant of Thailand winning her first KLPGA event when she won the E1 Charity Open on the 24th of May. So when you think about it, we are looking at an entirely, well, different change in the KLPGA. We've got changing seasons, we've got changing winners. And then you also had, well, some stars come in and change things around last year, like Li Shuying of China. Young as she is, she won her first Happiness, Country Club Open, and that was on the 26th of October. But here we go. Kim Min-sol for the win here today. And all eyes are on her. Aiming for birdie on hole 18. Well, she's just missed her mark by a little bit. And I think she's put a bit too much of distance on that. But she can still finish it on par. And I think that should still keep her in good stead. Because she's still 2 points ahead. And even if she was to bogey this one, she's still 2 points ahead of the closest competitors. Which, of course, would be Choi Rim, who's still with her on the course, and Yoo So-yeon, who's already finished her event for the day with 11 under. Choi Rim will go next. Choi Rim will aim for birdie on hole 18. Would be quite phenomenal if she does finish off with a birdie. And yes, she has. So Choi Rim stealing the thunder here. She's now at 12 under, finishes with 69 on the final day. And now that's going to put a bit of pressure on Kim Min-sol, because Kim Min-sol has to finish with an on par. And this could be a game changer. Choi Rim wasn't really expecting that, and that is a fantastic finish. Now she's put herself in contention of getting into a playoff, depending on what Kim Min-sol does. And I said this was going to be a very exciting contest here today. So Kim Min-sol needs to finish this on par at all cost, because currently Yoo So-yeon is in second runner-up position with 11 under. In second position we've got Choi Rim with 12 under, and remember, you've got Kim Min-sol in first position with 13 under. Got a bit more distance on that ball than she would have liked. There's a bit of an upward climb here. Now, all depends on this one bit of play. Because if she misses out, it goes into the playoff. It'll be a tiebreaker. If she finishes it, it's going to be her third win of the year. So Choi Yi-rim just adding that pressure on. It was so easy otherwise for Kim Min-sol, but she's got to finish this on par at all cost. And that's a miss. Wasn't really expecting that. So here we go. She will end up bogeying that. And it's going to go into a playoff as Kim Min-sol and Choi Yi-rim now both sit with 12 under. And I did say this earlier. Choi Yi-rim's birdie would have been the game changer. So it is going to be a tiebreaker. And what an event. Meanwhile, Ryo Seung-hui will have to finish on par. And she does to finish in tied fourth with 10 under, 63, 69 and 74 consecutively. The first round showing was just stunning. So here we go into the tiebreaker. Straight off, back again to start off from hole 18. Kim Min-sol and Choi Yi-rim. Wasn't really expecting that. But anything can happen on a given day. So I do believe it's very, very interesting. Kim Min-sol, will she be able to claim her 5th win in the KLPGA, her 3rd for the year? Meanwhile, Choi Yi-rim, will she be able to? Will make a difference, and I said this was going to be a game changer. That birdie really nailed it. And that's what happens in a sport like this. It isn't over till the last putt. Choi Yi-rim made her debut in 2018. Remember, she's got a strong ball striking, accurate iron play, consistent putting. She's been a bit of a bridesmaid, securing multiple runner-up finishes, including at major, events like the Jeju Samdasu Masters. She's also very active in philanthropic efforts, always donating to the Didim Dole Foundation to help foster and support junior golf players. She's been a runner-up 8 times without winning. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see if she can claim the spoils here today. Well, both Choi Yi-rim's parents were basketball players. Her father, Choi Han-chol, was active as a KBL referee as well. She's very good pals with golfers born in 1999 and very, very close friends, especially with Lee Ga-yong, Jeon Hyo-min, Cho Hai-jin and Hwang Jong-mi. So she shares a special relationship with Lee Ga-yong. Also spends a bit of time with Kim Ji-yoon, Park Bo-kyung and Lee So-young. very interesting to see whether she can pull her first win after being the bridesmaid on 8 occasions, 8 runner-up finishes. She's done very, very well as a golfer, you know. Has not won on 8 occasions. Can she break that jinx? I do remember in December 2024, you know, Choi Rim, and she donated 20 million Korean won to foster junior golfers in the KLPGA Tour. She's a member of the Daebo Group's golf club. And that was Kim Min-sol just missing her mark. And Choi Rim has been so excited. Well, yesterday she had that eagle. Really had that very childlike celebration as well with it. So while the buggies will make their way, it's going to be a battle of wits here. Each golfer, well, challenging themselves here. It is hole 18. And that's a flashback. That was Park Yong-Pyong at that point of time. Just giving you a view of the past. Meanwhile, there's Choi Rim. Kim Min-sol into the playoff as she tees off 483 meters back again. She's been here before, not once but 3 times. So here we go with this par 5. That's a good bit of power into that one. Choi Rim teeing off for hole 18. So the buggies will take Choi Rim and Kim Min-sol forward. straight off the buggy and back to the next destination, which of course is going to be the second well shot. Here's Kim and Sol. Choi Rim needs to keep this together on the fairways. Has hit the rough, but she's not too far off the fairways, just a tad bit. Don't think she has any reason to worry. Kim and Sol will go next. Just practicing a swing before she can launch into action. She's got herself onto the rough too. Well, just paddle to Choi Rim. That's very interesting when you think about it.
오늘 지금 마지막 최종 라운드에 그린이 골컵이 되게
Well, you would have thought these lads are waiting for a wedding. Well, just with the attire, which might be interesting. But they're actually part of the sponsors, officials as well. Kim and Sol, well, gauging the distance, gauging the direction, and more importantly, where the destination should be.
어.
Choi Rim goes next. It's very well placed by her. But she's a bit flummoxed by it because that ball, well, didn't go the way she intended it to. But having said that, it's going to be interesting to see how she battles it out. Now, Kim Min-sol, can she better that?
앞에 멈춰주세요.
Her approach also matters. Well, she just does go with the flow. And she's got herself onto, well, the green. Now that's a huge bit of a distance. A birdie might be out of the question, but an on-par finish might be. So I think it's very interesting to see how this plays out. That was Choi Rim. Well, had everything together, her form, the direction, she pretty much knew where she was going. Kim Min-sol, well, a bit of pressure there on the right leg, and you can make out that she powered that a little more than Choi Rim.
갤러리 여러분,
Very
최혜림
different style of
선수와
taking that
김민수
swing.
선수가 연장전
Choi
18번을
Rim
그린에
maintained her body
입장했습니다.
movement right
마지막까지
through, kept
최고의
it
플레이를
fairly
펼칠 수
fluid.
있도록 뜨거운
But
응원의 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kim Min-sol really driving that, a lot of power behind that effort. She's a tall girl. She can, of course, if you kind of shift the balance and gravity onto the back foot, you can generate a lot more when it springs up. And I think she's done fairly well to get herself into a decent spot. Now let's figure what happens with stroke 4 and finally 5. You can tell by the heat that our golfers, well, are sweating it out. It's also just a tad bit of stress there because they do know they've got to do everything perfectly well here. Kim Min-sol will aim for birdie now. Remember, she cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the past year. And I think she's going to play this safe rather than attempt anything risky. Well, that's a very, very well played stroke. Very, very safe. She's set herself up now for an on-par finish. And it's left to be seen what exactly Choi Rim can do next. She's put a marker down. Needs to ease up on the stress a little bit.
계속 힘 빠지면서 계속 탈 거예요. 지나서가 조금 많아. 네. 그쪽에.
Meanwhile, Choi Rim,
3m.
well, she gave us a fantastic birdie to set herself up for a playoff. Now she's at a bit of a distance too, just like, well, Kim and Sol was, but from a different direction. And if both of them finish on par, it's going to be interesting to see, well, how it turns out. Well, interesting, she just went past that marker of Kim and Sol. And I just get the feeling that this contest is still not over.
안쪽까지. 괜찮은 확실히 있어.
So Choi Rim and Kim and Sol now both very, very close to finishing on par. And it's going to be interesting because if they do that, it goes back into another playoff. And that's a bit of a victory lap there as she finishes on par. Well, stress off her shoulders for the time being for Choi Rim. Well, I said this earlier, she's been the bridesmaid in the KLPGA. 8 runner-up finishes, yet to win a tournament, while Kim Min Sol is looking at her 5th tournament win. She's got to finish this on par. And yes, she does, which means the girls go into another playoff. It's back to the start at hole 18. Stay with us, don't go anywhere, as this contest, well, still has legs left in it. That was Choi Rim finishing on par with a victory lap. And then, of course, well, Kim Min Sol doing, well, pretty much that. And Choi Rim had a, well, stress off her shoulders there. So here we go back to the buggies and back to tee off at hole 18.
앞에 분들 좀 나와주세요.
저기요.
저기요.
연장 중이에요. 나오세요.
이쪽으로 나와주세요.
So Kim Min-sol will go first. Second playoff. Well, she's gained a good bit of height, packed a lot of power into that one, and kept herself on the fairways. No rough this time around. Now left to be seen what Choi Rim can do. Choi Rim will also packing in a bit of power, but more wrist and forearm. Has also kept it on the fairways, and these two, well, ladies seem to be playing, or rather dancing, well, toe to toe here. It's a bit of a tango if you ask me.
가운데 45.
아니야. 그냥 중립이. 중립 약간 왼쪽. 그 사이에 있어. 중간에 살짝 왼쪽으로 비면서. 아까랑 지금 다랑 좀 틀려. 뒤로 오는 거 같아.
풀로 빠져.
Choi Rim will go next with that second effort. Kim Min-sol onto a second stroke. That's going to be a tad bit of a worry when you think about it.
이제 올라와서 바로 올라왔어.
So this is really turning out to be, well, quite an event. One just off sand bunker near the rough, and I do believe that second shot was always going to be a problem. Just looking at the position and where the ball sits, remember, sometimes, well, the surface underneath can be a bit damp, it can be a bit, well, patchy.
거기만 있겠지?
응.
근데 글로 여기 있으니까 좀 왼쪽.
정답이
약간
방향이어서.
살짝이잖아.
응.
좀 왼쪽에 있어.
조금 그렇게 많이는 안 될 것 같아. 어차피 태격되면서
좀 털릴까?
핀 바로 봤을 때 바로 쓰지 않아. 우측에서는 조금 많이 흘러는 거.
So Charlie Rim will go next.
이거 다 쳐도
뒷바람도 확실히 있거든.
약간 구신감. 땅에
이렇게.
The approach for Charlie Rim. Once again, beautifully crafted. She's put herself up in contention for a birdie. It's well placed on the green, but she'll have to work for it. Now left to be seen what Kim and Sol can come up with.
것 같아. 좀 죽는 것 같아. 이 정도까지 계속 그냥 계속 약간 거기야 때리는 거죠.
So just off the sandbox, that's where Kim Min-sol is. She'll have to craft this really well. And I think she's done well to stay off the beach, but she still got herself onto a bit of a rough patch. And I think at this point of time, well, it's so important to see where she can place that ball, because Choi Rim has got a very, very good placing, a very, very good position of the ball, or well, on the green. Well, Kim Min-sol doing just enough to get herself there, but she's in a very familiar position. This is where the first time around she was on hole 18, she landed herself, and she just about failed to finish on par. Now she's got to better that. This is going to be very tricky, and this could be the decider. She would have wanted it to have traveled a bit more, but well, the ball did not. I think her expression would have said that. So Choi Rim will go next. And it's a waiting game for all those who will be on the prize podium later, from the sponsors, from the country club. I don't think anyone was expecting, well, the playoff to continue. Choi Rim aiming for birdie on hole 18. Now Choi Rim . Well, just narrowly missing her mark. With that ball turning away, she can still keep it clean and finish it with the next effort. Now Kim Min-sol has the chance to finish it, well, this time around. So birdie versus on par. What will be it for Kim Min-sol? And she's got to gauge this really well. It's really a matter of nerves here. I'd hate to be in the shoes of either of these two golfers. And remember, it's never a contest against each other. It's normally a contest against how you perform and what you can do to better each and every effort. Having said that, it is a two-way contest, to be fair. Kim Min-sol. She's going to gauge that direction. 3.6 meters, but 36% has been her, well, accuracy factor. Remember, with a putt, no matter what the distance, there's always going to be, and there's a bit of an upward climb here. That's a stunning finish. That is a stunning finish as Kim Min-sol claims her third win of the year. What an outstanding finish here for her. Kim Min-sol, and I can't help but feel a tad bit awful for Choi Rim. That's probably going to be her 9th runner-up finish in an event. But Kim Min-sol, 2 wins last year, 3 wins this year. This is the 3rd win of the year for the young golfer who just turned 20 and probably the biggest rising star in the KLPGA. What an outstanding finish. They have nailed it there with a birdie. Well, and let's not forget that she was the golfer that had the biggest shot. It was not the easiest for her. And she will get doused with the water. Kim Min-sol. It's a very interesting finish here for us. Just to recap this event, we were coming at you live from the Birchill Resort, and Kim Min-sol, well, has finished as Queen Bee here in what I'd call one of the most fantastic bits of play that we have seen in, well, the KLPGA this year. We had about 7 or 8 contenders in there, and then of course it all boiled down to Kim Min-sol leading the way, Choi Rim throwing herself back into the contest, and then of course a playoff that was done twice. So what an interesting bit of work this is, and what an interesting event. Kim Min-sol really shining here today. It's the 3rd win of the year, and let's not forget, I must remind you that the prize money for this is 180 million Korean won. She will take home 116,597 US dollars, and the runner-up of course will get 71,246 US dollars, which of course will be Choi Rim. And then you've got Soo-yeon there with 51,821 US dollars, so that's 80,000 Korean won. So it's been quite an event. Here we have the final, well, scoreboard. Kim Min-sol finishing with 12 under as the winner in the playoff over Choi Rim, who finishes as runner-up. Soo-yeon finishes as 2nd runner-up in 3rd position with 11 under. Seung-yu Jin, Jun-yu Ri and Rose Yoon-gi finish in tied 4th. Thank you so much for joining us to share the action of the McCol Mona Yongpyong Open being played at the Birchill Country Club. It was 3 exciting days. Fantastic contest to finish it off. My name is Glenn Mascarenhas. Remember, the Lotte Open kicks in next in July in the KLPGA. But from John Kim and the entire production crew and me, Glenn Mascarenhas, it's time for me to shut shop and ship out of here to wish you a lovely rest of the Sunday. And I'll catch you again soon with another KLPGA event. Till then, stay safe and bye-bye for now.
네, 안녕하세요. 역시 우선은 쉽지 않다는 게 좀 많이 느낀 것 같고, 가장 먼저 공경 회장님과 두산건설 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶습니다. 네. 전반까지만 해도 정말 오늘은 내게 아니겠다라는 생각을 많이 했었는데, 그래도 할 수 있을 만큼 최대한 많이 배우고 가자라는 마음으로 캐디 삼촌하고 재밌게 치자 이렇게 마음을 바꾸니까 네, 플레이도 잘 풀리기 시작했던 것 같습니다. 마지막 홀 파5기도 하고 또 사실 스코어를 제대로 모르고 있었어요. 그래가지고 삼촌은 투퍼터만 하자고 했는데 생각보다 내리막이 심해가지고 네, 생각보다 많이 지나간 것 같아요. 네, 집어넣을 생각은 없었고 그냥 근처에만 갖다 놓을 생각이었는데 네, 생각보다 세게 맞았던 것 같아요. 네. 오늘 후반에 핀이 되게 어렵더라고요. 그래서 좀 갖다 놓아야 하는 곳을 좀 명확히 정해두고 최대한 그쪽으로 보내는 데 집중했던 것 같습니다. 아니요, 이게 원래 이렇게 나온 디자인이고요. 네, 원래 네, 제가 좋아하는 양말 중에 하나인 것 같습니다. 네. 전반기에 이렇게 3승까지 할 줄은 진짜 꿈에도 몰랐어가지고 최대한 기왕 3승까지 오게 된 거 더 열심히 해서 남은 시즌도 좋은 마무리 하고 싶습니다. 네. 오늘 저희 오빠가 휴가를 받아가지고 같이 왔는데 가족끼리 이렇게 라운드도 이렇게 경기하면서 많이 응원해줘가지고 덕분에 우승할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶습니다. 오늘 솔메이트 분들 되게 많이 와주신 것 같은데 응원이 정말 큰 힘이 되었고 너무 감사드린 것 같아요. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 곧 시상식이 시작될 예정입니다. 이제 내빈분들께서는 시상 무대로 입장해 주시기 시상에 앞서 내빈분들을 소개해 드리겠습니다. 먼저 공동대회장이신 주식회사 1화 권영중 대표이사님 참석해 주셨습니다. 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다. 이어서 공동대회장이신 모나용평 박인준 대표이사님이십니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 마지막으로 주관 방송사인 SBS골프 이상근 대표님 참석해 주셨습니다. 환영의 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 모두 감사합니다. 사실 오늘 시상식을 위해서 특별상으로 코스 레코드와 홀인원에 대한 시상 순서를 준비했었지만 아쉽게도 발생을 하지 않은 관계로 곧바로 본상에 대한 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 시상식의 하이라이트, 영광의 챔피언에 대한 시상을 진행하겠습니다. 시상은 먼저 1화 권영중 대표이사님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이제 영광의 우승자를 발표하겠습니다. 보셨다시피 이번 대회 연장 접전이 굉장히 치열했는데요. 맥콜 모나용평 오픈 with SBS 골프 영광의 챔피언은 1라운드 65타, 2라운드 69타, 최종 라운드 70타, 토탈 204타, 12언더파를 기록한 김민솔 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 여러분 뜨거운 축하 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 슈퍼루키 김민솔 선수가 2주 만에 또 한 번 우승을 차지했습니다. 네, 먼저 1화의 권영주 대표이사님께서 우승 자켓을 전달해 주시겠습니다. 입혀주시죠. 자, 김민솔 선수를 향해서 여러분 축하의 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이제 파란 자켓까지 접수를 하게 된 김민솔 선수인데요. 가장 먼저 시즌 3승 고지에 선착을 했습니다. 기념사진 촬영 곧바로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 우승 자켓이 정말 잘 어울리죠, 여러분? 김민솔 선수에게 뜨거운 축하의 박수를 다시 한번 보내주시기 바랍니다. 축하합니다. 자, 이어서 모나용평 박인준 대표이사님께서 우승 트로피를 전달해 주시겠습니다. 자, 마지막까지 뜨거웠던 승부, 이 트로피를 드디어 김민솔 선수가 거머쥐게 됐습니다. 축하의 박수 보내주시죠. 네, 멋진 트로피까지 함께 기념사진 촬영을 진행하고 있습니다. 슈퍼루키 김민솔 선수의 기세가 대단하죠. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 네, 그리고 다음은 SBS골프 이상근 대표님께서 우승 상금 1억 8천만 원을 수여해 주시겠습니다. 여러분 뜨거운 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이렇게 이번 우승을 달성하면서 김민솔 선수가 대상 포인트 1위 자리도 되찾게 됐습니다. 여러분 축하의 박수 보내주시죠. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 네, 계속해서 다음으로 1화 권영중 대표이사님께서 맥콜 3년 증정권과 우승자 부상을 수여해 주시겠습니다. 먼저 맥콜 3년 증정권을 수여해 드립니다. 축하의 박수 보내주시죠. 네, 이번 대회 정말 푸짐한 부상이 준비되어 있는데요. 첫 번째로 맥콜 3년 증정권을 수여받게 됐습니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 이어서 우승자 부상인 코지마 안마의자 클림트 주얼리 세트를 수여해 주시겠습니다. 축하의 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이번에도 기념사진 촬영이 진행되고 있는데요. 푸짐한 부상과 함께 우승의 기쁨을 누리게 됐습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 자, 다음은 모나용평 박인준 대표이사님께서 모나용평 버치 1cc 명예회원권을 수여해 주시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 축하해 주시죠. 네, 이렇게 아름다운 모나용평 버치 1cc의 명예회원권으로 임명이 되었습니다. 진심으로 축하드립니다. 네, 기념사진 촬영 진행했고요. 마지막으로 SBS골프 이상근 대표님께서 축하의 꽃다발을 전달해 주시겠습니다. 꽃다발이 전달될 때 여러분 뜨거운 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다.